Well, hello, and welcome back. Oh, we didn't get the background music started. Doing my audio checks here. All right, there's the background music. Soundboard check. All right, everything's good enough to get started. Alrighty, so I did get approval for another bit of time to continue working on this to do the DigitalOcean backups, because the problem with the Heroku backups is basically to get into the tier. Let me see if I can find the where it said this. But to get into the tier where the backups would be kept month after month, so it would actually do a normal rotation of backups, you know, one per month that's kept for a year, one per week that's kept for a few months, one for, you know, a day that's kept for a month, that kind of thing. In order to get into that backup tier, you have to pay I think it's somewhere around $100 a month. I don't actually remember what the price point was. Let's see. Heroku standard plan. It's not available in the standard plan. So choosing the right premium tier. Here we go. Premium tier. I don't know where do they put the pricing on this? I don't know where the pricing is, but basically, we're talking about a site that this could be a JSON file. Okay, that's what this could be. That's probably what it ought to be. It's just every time the file is modified to save it back out. But then the thing is, Heroku doesn't have any storage, so you can't do files. You have to connect to a database, or it might have storage now through some sort of plugin or module or app or whatever they call it. But point being, super expensive. And what we want to do is have backups that basically can continue forever. And if we just get a volume on DigitalOcean, then we pretty much get that. So what I'm going to be doing is first extending originally what I was going to do before I found out that we actually did have a backup of the database that was kind of hidden away in Heroku. And let me just explain for a second the way that turned out. The reason that we ended up with finding the database or finding the backups was there's some bug in the migration system. This customer has been with Heroku for a decade, but she never logs into Heroku herself. You know, a developer might log in from another account to manage it or something once every couple of years. It's a very low maintenance site. So somehow the plan that she was on, that she got grandfathered into, even though it was a paid account, the database was not marked as one of the paid accounts. It was marked it kind of somehow in the grandfathering logic, it was considered to be a free plan, even though it wasn't. And that plan got deleted, and then all of the backups got deleted with that. However, the backups weren't actually flagged for deletion. They just became inaccessible. So as part of whatever the grandfathering was, the backups weren't deleted. So the database itself got grandfathered confused into a free account, but the backups got grandfathered confused into a higher tier permanent backup paid account. But when the database was automatically deleted, the options to access the backup disappeared. So by adding the database back, then the backups showed up. And so as I was exploring how to do the backup of the database with the Postgres tools, I wound up accidentally finding a list of backups that before wasn't visible. So that's the whole kind of getting back into that's kind of the summary of how all this got back to where we're at. But now we don't have a guarantee that those backups are going to stick around or that the backups will continue in a reasonable fashion. So what I want to do, and what I'm going to do, is I'm going to set up the database to back up to DigitalOcean. And this database is less than a megabyte. Okay? So, in fact, it's a couple hundred kilobytes. Like I said, it could be a JSON file. But it makes sense because with the Rails methods and automatic form generation and all of that, it turns out to be really easy to have this in a database, and plus it's on Postgres and whatever, and we could totally get it off Postgres. In fact, I mean, not Postgres, Heroku. We could totally get it off Heroku. I just need to document that, and that would be something else. But I don't think that that's really I don't think that's necessarily necessary or prudent at this time. So we're gonna keep it on Heroku for now, and we're just gonna get the backups going on DigitalOcean, so that essentially she has an infinite number of backups. I mean, if we calculate, let's say that I don't think she's gonna grow her business to quadruple the amount of blog posts and affiliate links that she's doing, but let's say that she does, and let's say that these things, let's say she nearly 10x's it, and this thing grows to a megabyte. Okay, so 1 megabyte, over 365 days, that's 365 megabytes. So let's say, let's say that we have 3 gigabytes and we divide that by 365, then, she can do backups for 8 years before we have to worry about this again. And I am going to put some sort of rotation in there so that after some amount of time that the backups eventually get deleted, but I'm not clear exactly what I'm going to do yet. But essentially, we're going to go to DigitalOcean. I'm going to do it on this other account here. We're going to go to DigitalOcean, and we're going to create the lowest cost droplet that we can possibly get. And let's see, how much is their database? On DigitalOcean, the cheapest Postgres that we could get is, okay, they actually do have a starter plan of $15 a month. So I may actually consider that. Okay, we need a new project here. Sorry, you can't see this screen as I'm going over it, but we're going to create a new project. We're going to call it, let's see. Web application service or API, yeah. Purpose is to back up Heroku Postgres. Whatever. Web application. There we go. I don't know how to classify this thing. All right. So I've got the project created. We're not going to move anything into here. All right, we're going to do a completely new droplet, and this droplet is going to be called Postgres Backup. So I'm going to do the cheapest one available, which is $4 a month. Most basic. Let's make sure we're on the LTS here, 2204 LTS. And we're going to pick maybe the New York data center. Can we pick that? Oh, that's good. Whoops. Okay, now this is fine. I need to get my public key out of here. Bloop. And then what's the name for this? There we go. So I got my SSH key in here. I could probably show setting this up. Well, actually, I don't want to because there's some client information in here that I want to minimize what of that I show. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but... Okay, so... Okay, setting this up with... Okay, SFO1, SFO2, SFO3. Okay, we got New York. Now I'll choose that. Okay, going to production. Enable backups. Absolutely. Worry-free managed database. That sounds cool. Oh, it looks like they dropped their price. I've been misquoting. I've been saying that their database cluster costs $35, but it seems like it only costs $15 now, which is good. So this is going to be... DB Postgres backups. All right. And I actually don't think I do need backups on this, but I mean, it's 80 cents, so we're going to do it. All right, we're creating a droplet, and it did not give me the option to add a disk. But I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to add a disk. Well, maybe I don't need to. You don't have any block storage volumes. Let's just put in 1 gigabyte. I mean, we'll put in 5 gigabytes here. Put in 10 gigabytes, $1 a month. All right. Automatically format and mount. Yep, we're going to do all that. So, sorry again, we're over on the other screen right now. Okay. And the reason I'm putting it on a separate volume, I'm going to be putting the backups on a separate volume, is simply because the external volumes are encrypted. I don't know that that really matters for this case, but we're going to go with it. And I mean, it's $1 a month. Big deal, right? But I believe that that storage is going to be, good for a long, long time. So we want to basically, we're going to set this thing up somehow so that it runs once a day or so. And then I think I'm just going to, maybe I won't even do rotation. I think I probably should do rotation because most databases are quite a bit bigger than this. But I don't really need to. I don't have to. So we're going to db backup.sh. And actually, I could probably do this. Okay. Whoops. Okay. So that's up and running. Oh, I don't like that name. Can I change the name of it? I'm gonna change the name. Alright, I have to delete it and create a new one. It's gonna be fine. Okay, add volume, 10 gigabytes, select droplet, volume name is And then I want to look up what is DigitalOcean volume. Let's see. Take a look at this. Can I download a backup or a snapshot? Basically, I want to know what are the guarantees on this thing. All right, so they're encrypted with Lux. So that's, right there. Availability. Let's take a look at the features. How's the database? Target location for backups. Increase the size of the volume. And we're not even worried about any of this. And these things, look at this. These are most likely rotational disks. That's why it's so cheap. Because you're getting terabytes of rotational disk here. Volumes are built with Ceph. Okay, yeah. So the data center that Ryan and I are putting together, we're building it. I think we're using the same software that DigitalOcean is using through and through. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so they're using Ceph on rotational drives so that they can get a lot of storage for a low cost. And it's not meant to have super fast writes. Yeah, built for redundancy. Yeah, even an entire rack does not compromise integrity or availability. Yeah, Ceph is really interesting. I don't remember. I don't know what algorithm it's based off of, but yeah. So we've got. There's a lot of good things that I can say about this, in terms of what they're offering as their block storage. It's encrypted. It's redundant. It's got snapshots. Yeah. Security, Ceph. I want to take a look at this real quick. Let's see. Oh, it says it's 100% SSD based. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, is this documentation out of date? Okay. Interesting. I might have to check out that book. See if they got it on audiobook. Probably not. Okay. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that this is all the things that I expect it to be. That's going to be reliable. We're going to have long-term storage. It's all good. Okay, cool. So now let me get back over to DigitalOcean over here. And I will... Let's see. Also, it's later in the evening. Probably not quite late enough. But we are going to copy this. We can take a snapshot. We don't need to do that. Oops. And I'm going to do my little bit of setup here. SSH root at, and then we're going to give this curl webby.sh slash SSH add user. And so that's going to set this up with the standard app user. Also, I remember that I did that wrong. There we go. Okay, so now I should be able to SSH into this as I normally do. And Webby's already going to be there. And I can start backing stuff up. Okay, sudo apt install -y Postgres. Is it Postgres client? Unable to locate Postgres. Okay, let's do apt cache search Postgres. Let's try Postgres client. Can I do multiple search terms? PostgreSQL client. Fine. Okay, fish, and then sudo apt install -y Postgres client. So we're going to make some notes here. What? Sudo apt update. Okay. Let this take a minute. Okay, cool. So, on our notes.md here, we should have, first thing we did was, I just want to keep these notes around. We're going to put these in the repo or something. So root at and then whatever the IP address was here. I just want to have a log of exactly what we did. So curl https webby.sh ssh add user. So added, oops, added app user, login as app, ssh app at, there we go. Okay. Setup dev environment. So we got sudo apt install -y fish. And what was the other thing that we just installed? Oh, sudo apt update PostgreSQL client. We did that. And then what was next? Let me just look at my history real quick. Webby, Beyond Shell. I think that's pretty much it. Yep. And then we've got our PG backups. This one, sudo unmount -force mount. Okay, that one's not even. So sudo rmdir mount volume. But we need to chown app chown -r app mount backups. So let's put that in the notes. And then we'll put these notes, like I said, we'll put these notes somewhere else. And then now we need to go through with our... where'd the other... Oh, there's too many of these things open. Dang it. Let me see if I've got another one here that looks like the right one for this. Nope. Okay, so we're just going to open up another tab here, and then I'm going to SSH into it again. And then... let's see. Oh. Interesting. Now what do I need to do? Actually, no. I don't want to be here. I'm going to be back into my projects directory. Or did I move that over on this side? I don't know where it went. I do need to do something over here, though. I do need to do my Heroku config get database URL. I'm going to put that in my notes. We're just going to... I think I'll just keep the notes running as I go here. Set up database backups. npm. We can't do Heroku from here, interestingly enough. It doesn't like it when you have a mismatch on the IP address, which is kind of silly. That's something that we need to figure out how to get around. Okay, but this right here, that actually goes down here. On the laptop, that's logged that on the dev machine that has a browser and can log into Heroku.com. Must command line tool must be run from the same IP address. Logs into the Heroku web portal. Okay. Get the Heroku DB URL. Set up backups VPS. There we go. Okay, cheapest DigitalOcean instance, 10 gigabytes of encrypted redundant. So this is going to be about, with backups, so it's going to be about $5 a month. This is going to be about $1 a month. And then add app user. This will create an app user with the same SSH keys as root. Login as app and disable. There we go. I don't actually remember what it says, but I think DigitalOcean is secure by default if you choose keys for login. So I don't think we have to restart SSHD. Apply any SSH changes. Security hardening to SSH. May have been performed by SSH add user. Okay, cool. So we're going to set up the dev environment. We got the backups in place. Now we're ready to, we're going to do Webby serviceman. And then source config envman path.env. Actually, I think it's load.sh or load.fish. Well, we can do path.env. That'll be fine. I guess it is alias.env. Yeah. Okay, because those run on any shell. One time to update current shell session. All right, there we go. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Okay, so that's, I just want to document what the setup process is, and this is something that I probably need to get into some standard documentation. Oh, and also, it's getting cold in here. I didn't realize all the heaters are off. That makes sense, because it was getting warm during the day and now it's getting cold. Okay, so we got all of this, and now it's time to get this. Save this for later. All right, so I need to run that myself and figure out what that is. Okay. All right. Change ownership of encrypted redundant backup volume. Okay, and then what? Your database URL will look something like this. I need to just grab that. I already put this into the README here, so let me go ahead and grab that. Let's see. I thought I had already set this up somewhere. Is it not PostgreSQL? That's not it? Interesting. Oh, crap. Let me go check out what's going on there. Okay, good. That's a development file, not a production file. Okay, good. Don't put secrets in the repo. I don't know how Postgres handles that. There's probably an environment file or something. Not file, but vault, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so this is so weird. I could have sworn. Oh, you know what I probably put it on? Let me go check the repository. Oh, here it is, right here. That's where it is. Will be in this format. For example, from way up above. Okay, heat. Give me heat. There we go. just see here. Let's see. Okay. Now I've got this. Let me grab that. There we go. This is exactly what it looks like. Okay. You create a file on the encrypted volume with the name of your database. And then, so it's going to be something like Postgres awesome walrus. Isn't that how they do it? Let me see what my actual Heroku database thing is here. Under resources. Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. You'll need to adjust that into PGPass format. Example. So the format here for PGPass, let me go ahead and look that up one more time. Host port into colon separated PG pass format. Okay, format is host port DB name user pass. So the example, if we do this, would be it's being host and then port, which is going to be 5432, and then database name, which is going to be the X's, and then username. Hey everybody, how's it going? And then password. So this is going to be a manual process. Let's see. I could split that up into pieces. I don't think I really want to write the script for that right now, but I might write that later. Example.com, my database, my username, my secret. All right, so I'm going to create that real quick. I'm going to go do that off screen. Let's see, I guess I should just do that on here. Mount PG backups, and then, yeah. Whoops. I'll just take a second to do this. Okay, and then where is that for me? Oh, not there. Here we are. So I need to get that in the format of host and port and database. Host, port, database. Okay. And then username and password. Actually, that's not that hard to do. Maybe I could automate that. We'll see. Because essentially, let me take a look at that real quick. Okay, essentially what we need to do, if we're going to parse this out into its component pieces, is we can split on slash. I'm going to look at this. So we're going to echo. Oops. And then we would need to do, I'm just going to try this out. Export database URL equals echo database URL to cut, no, to sed. Replace the @ with a colon. And then let's see about that. Okay, I'm going to try this out real quick. Parentheses are not balanced. What do you mean the parentheses are not balanced? I'm just going to do this one after the other, because that's simpler. Oops. Here's what we need to do. Put commas here. And then put commas here. Alright. And then we need to do a cut of fields. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 and 5. Oh, whoops. Dash D. Okay, excellent. And then I think the other one would be what? 6, 7, 8. So 6 through 8. Was that it? No. That didn't work out the way that I wanted it to. So this would be my auth is equal to database URL okay. My host is equal to this. So auth is 4 and 5. Host is 6 through 8. Okay. So my host colon my auth. If I'm going to do it this way. Let's see here. And then this would be, that's the database username. Okay, cool. All this is good. Tech support. What's up? Bonjour. Bonjour indeed. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this should work. I'm going to go check this out on my other screen real quick. Okay, and that looks right to me. I'm just going to double check that over here. How are you doing, tech support? Whoops, don't let me open that on the screen. I'd have to rotate it. Okay, cool. That's good. All right, cool. So there's a little ditty that will format this in the right way. Excellent. Okay, so my notes are good there. I've got this all backed up. Okay. And then from that, let's see, example. All right, so we're going to create that file. Great. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I need to figure out how to run pgdump with the pgpass option. Dang it. All that for nothing. Okay. That's not really an env file. It's more a pgpass file. There we go. Just went on a long walk with my father, got back home, and started working for the day. Awesome. Hey, was it a good walk? I hope it was. Okay. Postgres, pgdump, pgpass. Where did I find the documentation? No password. Was it Stack Overflow? I think it was a Stack Overflow. Nice. 10, when you talk about it, you say kilos? Because, wait, kilos is weight. Or you just say kilometers? You don't shorten it. You don't abbreviate it. It's just 10 kilometers. Countryside, rice fields. Sounds nice. Okay. Restore to a local database. Whoops. Out. And then... And then I already had the date set up over here, didn't I? Ben PG. What was this? Heroku backup. I'll just use the same date and file function right here. But this will be mount. Let's see. Alright, so whoops, that was messed up. What did I do? Did I forget to close some? Oh, right. Okay, my PG pass file. Okay. I really would like to know how to... Okay. Postgres PG pass file. I really need to know how to do this. The password file. Password can be used specifying the connection parameter pass file, or the environment variable PG pass file. Okay, so let's try this. Oh, whoops. Okay, so my pass file. So I want to try this without concatenating pass file. Connection parameter pass file. So pass file goes quite a ways back. Pass file to what? Okay, so that's not going to work. Let's see if this works. Okay. Let me get out of here. Got to here, log back in. Interesting. I'm a little confused about that. Oh, I don't know where I installed that then. I thought I ran this, but I may not have. It may have been that I ran it on a different instance. Or I might have run it on my local machine. Format. Custom. Directory. tar. Plain text. I don't know if I want it directory. I think I want tar. Or custom, I guess, is fine. Sure. Yeah. Personally, I think I'd prefer tar. Wait, what was P? I like P. Plain text? Is that what that was? P. Plain text. Yeah, I like that. Alright, and then F. So we should do -F, like this. If I'm not mistaken, that should be it. Let's give it a shot. Okay. So PG pass file. I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay. PG dump, PG pass file. I think I just get the sense that this doesn't actually work as advertised. Going on the other screen here to look at the password. There's no spaces. It seems like this just doesn't take. Oh, whoops. There is something wrong here. If test-z my pass file, then db backup okay, so PG backup. All right, there we go. That's not working. Okay, let's see if this has the right permissions. It's got the right permissions. All right, let's try this. I don't understand why it's doing this. Maybe the PG pass file doesn't work the way that I think it does. Maybe the PG pass file is a lookup table, and so it requires the host name and the username and the database name. Maybe that's where I'm getting mixed up here. So let me try it this way. My host equals cat a pass file. Nope. What we just need is Yeah, cut dash D dash F. And then the first three parts are the host. So okay, so the host is field 1. And maybe okay, this would make more sense. This would make more sense because in the PG pass file, we would be specifying, we could have more than one connection to a database. So that would make sense. So my database name would be field 3. And my user would be field 5. Because it's going to be host, port, database, username, password. Okay. So this is actually field 4. So maybe that's why. So we say my host and then my DB name. Oh no. It's going to be my user. Okay. And let's see, does head take a file name? Yes, it does. Duh. I don't know why I was thinking otherwise. Okay, so my file, that one's not being used right now, that's fine. All right. Hey, it worked. All right, great. Okay, now it's working. I had a fundamental misunderstanding. The PG pass file is a database. It's a colon separated list of values by row, and the positions are indexes. Okay, cool. So with that out of the way, let's see. PG dump. Now it says I'm streaming. Was I not streaming before? What? Did we just have a network hiccup or something? Oh, we're going for an hour and a half. Okay, cool. All right. Well then. Let's see. Whoops. PG dump help host DB name username. And then was it -D for database? DB name? Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. Okay. And this would not actually be... This would be a directory, not a file. In this case. Or, no, this would be a SQL file. So let me go ahead and run this. Okay, so where was that first echo? Reading credentials from... Okay. Writing to... Done. There we go. This is it. Okay. All right, this looks good. So I'm going to go check this out on the other screen real quick. Actually, I think I already have a terminal open on the other screen that's logged in. So let me see if I can find that. I got too many windows open. I literally have, at this point, I think hundreds of tabs. And this just happened somehow today because, you know, because it happens. Oh, interesting. This is a good SQL file. I'll bring this over so you can see, because this is not proprietary information or anything. This is what ends up being public on the site. So let me just get this into a good place here and then bring this over. So this is, I like the way that Postgres does this. So it says copy this from standard in, and then there it goes. There's the standard in. So it accepts whatever comes in from the file next as the standard in, And it just reads it till it goes. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Okay, cool. All right, so what else do we need to do here? We need to make this thing run automatically, and we need to document it. I didn't realize it was a database. I thought that it was a single connection, and that's why I was hesitant to put it in the home folder. Plus, the home folder is not encrypted. Okay. So we basically have got this going on. I might add the rotation later. We don't actually need the rotation because this thing... So look at the size of these. Interesting. Oh, okay. That's because it is... so it's half a meg. It's because it's not gzipped. Let me update this. We could... Could do it that way. It's probably pretty decent. I kind of want to do XZ. Let me see if XZ is already installed. I think it is. Yeah, XZ is installed by default. Because it's such a small file, and the size difference is going to be pretty huge. So watch this. We'll do PG backup here. Okay. Check out the size difference, 96K. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think if we open it in Vim, yeah. If it's a small enough file, it just opens it right up. So, and then we could compare that to, you know, let's say that we wanted to do that with gzip instead. And I could be wrong here, because it might be so small that gzip actually ends up being better. Yeah, look at that. It's a significant size difference. And the cost is very little. I just want to see what this looks like. Okay, yeah, and then Zcat can open it no problem. So we're good. my zip equals xz. And then we can do this here, my zip. And then my zip. I wonder if this allows you to specify the zip program. Probably not. Okay, so let me make sure that I've got the information correct here. I'm going a little bit over my time budget on this, but I'm actually just not going to bill for it because I'm having fun learning. I could have done this quicker, but I wanted to do some more of this exploration and make sure that I really have my process fine-tuned and I have this to carry over for the next client, because I'm going to be doing this sort of thing, I think, a bit more often. PG dump. I think that's a typo. Okay. So I'm going to do the Heroku backup. I'm going to flush the database out, and then I'm going to restore it. Let me see what's the difference with dump all. Okay, so I would want to look for to delete and restore the database. Okay, what is the difference between dump and dump all then? Okay, I think we want to use dump, not dump all, because we don't want all of the metadata. We don't want the grants and the revokes and all that stuff. Okay, so now let's take a look at PG Restore. I think PG Restore only works with the custom format. Yeah. So I think that our restore is going to look a lot more... Okay, so let's create our PG restore now. First of all, let me go ahead and do PG backup. I'd also be interested to see if BAT handles this correctly. Whoops. Show all, plain, language, diff. Let's see, map syntax. There we go. I guess I do want it that way. Whoops. Alright, done. And then to view. And then we'll just put my file dot my zip here. Okay, cool. So let me run this one more time. Wait, why did that work just a minute ago? Oh, it's actually... Oh. Okay, XZCat. Got it. Glad I checked that out. Okay, I think we might not need the create. I think we might just need the clean. Let me see. Okay, so create is not the right, not the right tool for the job here. All right, let's try again. Okay. Drop if exists. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's go ahead and delete all of the PG backups .dump .sql. Okay, that's good. Cool. Okay, so with this, now I think we're ready to do the restore command. Let me go ahead and copy PG backup here. Oops. Show font. There we go. Let's see. Zcat. Backup file. Okay, and then I also need to chmod these just in case. And this would actually be So read, write, execute. Execute bit is 1. The read bit is the highest bit, right? So 5, is it 4? Okay, so okay, read. Read only, that's correct. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, whoops. Did I fix that over here? Okay, good, I did. Alright, so from the restore, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, we can use it this way. I think I would actually prefer to have it go this way. do. All right. There we go. My restore file. There we go. Let's see. Host u user DB name. That's probably right. Okay. All right, let's take a look at PG restore real quick. File name. Okay, this makes sense. So the reason I don't want to do the custom format is because I don't know if there's a tool that can convert out of it. PG restore convert SQL convert to SQL. That's wrong. Okay. I just feel more comfortable with it being SQL that is easier to debug. Hey, what's up, Tom Tebow? Thanks. This is Elder Scrolls V Devonican in Jamaica by M. Benson. It's on OC Remix. We're listening to the chill tag right now. So, video game music stuff. And I am getting a database restore to happen. Oops. There we go. That looks right. And that looks right. Whoops. There we are. Okay. So we're going to do the database restore here. And we don't need to do this anymore. We don't need to do any of the dump stuff. And then done. Okay, so I'm going to run one more database backup. I'm going to check that the website is working, and then we're going to do a database restore. And so I'm just going to check this out over here real quick. Looks like I'm logged in. I can see some stuff. That's great. Okay, now I'm going to PG backup one last time. Yeah, being able to back up and restore a database, good skill to have, for sure. Alright, PG restore. Nope. Oh, I'm going to have to choose a different name. Because we already have... I think I'm going to call this one XZ Restore. Just to give it a different name, enough of a different name. Oops, PG XZ Restore. And let's see what happens. Oh, whoops, we gotta put the password file first. Whoop. Must be owner. Schema. Okay, so no schema stuff. Alright, I'm going to refresh and see if it still works. Hey-oh! Cool. I'm going to do this again, but I'm going to refresh while it is backing, or while it's restoring the database when it's dropped all the tables and stuff. So drops. Alright, great. Excellent. I get an error. Now it's doing all the copies. Refresh. Okay, great. So the one thing that we need to get out of here, because we don't want to have errors, is after drop extension and before create extension. Okay, so no extension, basically. That's, I think, what we want to do. So can I go to PG dump? Okay. Okay, what is pattern here? All right, so we also need to have extension equals ignore. All right, so I'm going to try this one more time. We're going to do a backup. And now we're going to do a restore of this that we just backed up. So, right now, if I refresh the site, everything looks like it's working. Great. I'm going to pg restore, whoops, xz restore. Well, that wasn't good. Let me take a look at this one. Okay, everything's still fine. So that backup was empty. Okay, let me just confirm this. So, yeah, that one was empty. Yes. Sure, I want to remove it. Okay, so that did not work the way that I thought. I thought that this would make it ignore extensions, dump only extensions. Extension. I guess we just ignore extent. I don't know. How do I tell pg dump ignore extension? Okay, that's good enough. Okay. So we're not going to do that. Okay, so why do I need create extension or comment on? Why do I need to delete comment? I think it might be fine to have comment. Why are they recommending comment on extension? Okay, I'm gonna try this out and see if it looks like it loads everything correctly. Okay. You know, maybe I should just let that slide. Alright, we'll see what happens here. Gotta love searching. You'll notice that this is not the big G. This is Brave, FYI. I've actually found that Brave's results seem to be the best. I was using DuckDuckGo for a while, but the problem is I'd have to go back to Google every now and then. But with Brave, I don't. The results are just really, really good. If you're not getting good results on Brave, you're not going to get better results on Google. It seems to be the case. Okay, so I actually want to also add this. To view, to restore, pgxz restore. My pg pass file. Is that what I call it? There we go. And now let me try the restore. Alright, dropping indexes. Great. Database is broken. And it's back! Woohoo! Alright, that's a win. Alright, those are our functions for Postgres restore, Postgres backup and restore right there. That's it. So and now I just need to get the backup scheduler in place. Let's see. All right, backup loop. So basically, we're just going to do while true, do done, PG backup. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just commenting on how awesome that this is our reality. Yes, it is amazing that out of the tens to hundreds of thousands of years of human history, we are at a point where we can sit at a desk, not move, not speak to anybody, and have access to the entirety of volumes of information in real time. Yeah. Was discussing today with the wife how I fixed 3 vehicles and tons of stuff from Google, and I'm sitting here watching you live. Just awesome. Cool. Yeah, I actually decided that I wanted to learn a little bit more. So I wanted to get a 4-wheeler, and I thought, well, I better get a fixer-upper, because 4-wheelers, from what I remember growing up, they tend to be expensive because, or could be expensive because they break all the time. Because you take them to do dumb stuff with them, you know? And so when you do dumb things, things break. And so I figured I'd get a fixer-upper and learn and do things that way, so that if I wanted to get a nicer one later, I mean, the thought was that I'd get a nicer one later, and the fixer-upper would just be for me to learn how to, it, you know, assuming that it was, lots of stuff would go wrong with it, and then I'd figure out how to fix it. But I ended up keeping the fixer-upper because it's a lot simpler than newer ones, and it's easier to fix. So, but yeah, I learned how to replace the carburetor. I mean, just simple stuff. Replace the carburetor, replace the tires, or rather the wheels, not the tires themselves. I don't have the equipment for that. I learned how to use a press to unbend the racks. I learned how to wear a reinforced vest so that I don't break my own back. I rolled one down the mountainside. I was being dumb because I'm from the East Coast. I'm not from the mountains. And so I didn't understand, and I haven't ridden them since I was a kid, but I wasn't thinking about how dangerous they are on the mountainside, where it's not nice rolling hills, it's rocks and boulders and steep inclines. And when it rolls, it doesn't just roll down the hill a little ways. It goes half a mile down the mountain. But that one's, it's running fine. I bought new handlebars for it, and I had to take the racks off. I have not finished pressing out the racks because I actually took some of the pieces to my dad's, and he had a press, and I don't have a press yet. But yeah, I've bought tools and stuff, and it's just been really fun. It's just a hobby project. I mean, if the cars need work, I'm just going to take them to the mechanic. I'm not going to learn how to do that at this point. I'm invested in programming, not in being a mechanic, but just for the fun and the enjoyment, I decided to whoops, sorry, just a message came in. I thought it was important. I decided to learn how to do it. I replaced the final gear, so the rear final gear. What's the other name for that? It's not a differential, because it's straight, but I replaced that, and I had fun with that one. Fun being a really loose term, because I thought that I could rebuild it. It was so much cheaper and so much less work to replace it. I got the whole thing apart, and the stuff was damaged inside to a degree that unless you've really got a shop, you're not just an amateur, unless you've really got a shop and you know what you're doing and you've done it a few times, you can't fix it. I could take it to, if I took it to a shop, they probably wouldn't fix it for me. They probably wouldn't rebuild it for me. They would probably, because it would be cost prohibitive to rebuild it when you can replace it for, you know, fairly decent price nowadays. But I got a 4Trax 300. So yeah, not a truck, but a four-wheeler as in ATV. Okay. All right, let me look at these backups again here. Okay, so that looks good. And this was the one that I just did a minute ago. And what was I doing with this? RG, PG backups. I don't remember. What was I going to do with this? Okay. I think I'm going to rename this as well. Just so I've got some distinction between these from the normal tools. And then the PG backup loop. Okay, so we're just going to sit here and we're going to back up to, I'm just going to get the full backup path here. All right, we're going to sleep for wait time is going to be 60 times 60, that's 1 hour, about 8 plus, you know, give it some prime number offset, say plus 17. So it's always rolling over a little bit. It's not exactly 8 hours. So actually we could make this, we can pull this up too because we don't need to calculate that every time. I guess the question is, so about every 8 hours, I think that's what I want to have it at. And so we could make that a little bit longer, you know, so we could say 63 times 63. What's a prime number? Let's see. Prime numbers up to 100. 67, 61, or 67. Let's go with, hold on. Sorry I'm having a stupid moment here. 60 times 60, 59 times 61, that's not going to be the same. It's going to be similar, but not the same. Okay. So, but if we did 67, okay. So prime numbers are nice to work with. Just a little bit of skew. Waiting approximately Okay, and then what was another prime number? 13 is our, our lucky prime number. Let's try that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the number of hours to 0, and then that multiplication should end up as 0. And I'm just going to let this back up every 13 seconds for a second, just to make sure that, yeah, it works. It's doing what it's supposed to do, right? So PG backup loop. Oh, whoops. Good. So this should be XZ backup. And I actually should probably change that in here. XZ backup, XZ backup. There we go. All right, so we're going to let that go for a minute. Oh, off for recreational activities. Have a great night. Excellent job broadcasting. I'll holler at you next time. All right, well, thanks for joining in, man. Have a good night. And if you want to like, sub, follow, etc. Okay, that's great. All right, and the last thing I need to do is delete files that are more than 5 years old. All right, so find files more than a year old. I think it's mtime. Oh, it's just junk. Let's see. Find iname. I want to know about the iname glob. So okay, so I should probably prevent globbing like that. Type F. Okay, mtime 365. What is mtime? Find older than 1 hour. Okay. Okay, mn. Alright, let's take a look at this. So this should have no effect. But let's try to find things that are older than 1 hour. I don't think anything's... Well, we'll see. Alright, let's find something that's older than 15 minutes. Probably have something like that, right? Okay, good. So that did what I wanted. Plus 365. Okay, cool. So we're going to do this in the loop. XC backup. No. Backup loop. Okay, echo. Deleting backups over my years old. Okay. Okay, find print. Let me see if I can get this to do print. My days. My years equals, so my years equals 3. I mean, we're doing 300 kilobytes a day. $300 kilobytes, which means 3 days is a megabyte, which means 3,000 days is a gigabyte. So that's almost 10 years. So we can go a long time on this. Okay, then how do I update a file to appear to be really, really old? Change file timestamp. I think we do this with touch, believe it or not. So let's try this out. Touch-T, mount backups, PG, Lucky Grids. It doesn't really matter. but that is the youngest of the files. And so what is it we do? 2020, 2010, I guess it doesn't matter, 0101, 12, 12, 12. Twenty, 10, 12, 12, 12, 12. Let's see, 12, 31, 23, 59. Okay, cool. There we go. So then if I run pg backup loop, and it's reading the credentials, it's writing the file. Excellent. Test making an old file with okay, cool. All right, this is it. Okay, I need to create for myself a place to put these. Scripts to backup and restore Postgres databases. Okay, creating a new repository for this where these can live more permanently. Oh, and there's one more thing that I need to do here too, and that's pg schedule backups. So we need to do servicemen. We're going to do sudo servicemen. I actually need to bring up my web install.dev/servicemen. add system. Path equals path. And then let's see. Oh, you're the problem. It's me. Oh, okay, got it. Good. Let's see. Was there anything else I needed to do? Let me check out. I think I had some serviceman stuff here with Caddy. Add system, username. Oh yeah, that's an important one. Okay. Who am I? And then this would be PG backup loop, right? And then we're actually going to do my pass file. All right. If test -z meaning 0 width, my pass file, then echo, we're gonna have usage, and I have example. One, two, three, four. PG schedule backups, and then hours, between delete, after, years before delete, PG pass file. And then example would be add hours, 5 years, and then we'll do this mount. So don't use an ORM with Golang. That's, check out SQL C though, but don't use an ORM. Check out the book Clean Architecture by Uncle Bob. So Clean Architecture. This book right here, I'll drop the link to it. Hold on, let me go affiliatize it in the other one over here. So you have to ask yourself, or you don't, but you have to ask yourself, why would you want an ORM? What does an ORM do? What's its purpose? And does it do anything for you? Because I think the problem with ORMs, or the reason that people get started on ORMs, I think is just a matter of they think that they're going to be building some sort of application that is going to... Here's clean architecture. There you go. That is going to be used by a variety of different databases. But in the real world, that's not how things work, except for open source projects. And the reason it's that way in open source projects is because people crave adoption, because they're not getting paid, and so they want social recognition. And so people complain, oh, you didn't support my favorite database, you didn't support my favorite database. The truth of the matter is, unless they're developing on the project, it doesn't matter what database you use, right? But oh, I want it to be my favorite database. No, you just use Postgres. Done. And actually, the SQL C project is having the same problem right now, where rather than getting paid so that he can stay focused on developing the best possible quality product, he's getting swayed by people who aren't going to pay and don't really have a dog in the fight, and the quality of SQL C is declining because, well, it's not necessarily declining, but it's not advancing at a reasonable pace. So... see. Also, hold on, I need to do something real quick. That I almost forgot about. So yeah, don't use an RM. I like the idea of SQL C. There are some things that you can't do with it, but you just write your queries. You just write your queries in SQL, and then it does all the type information. So you write your create tables, you write everything in SQL, it reads the SQL, and then it outputs the Go. And I think that's kind of the best that we've got. and then you just build your other stuff around that. You know, your whatever abstractions you need if you need them, which you very well may, and Uncle Bob would definitely be in support of having those abstractions there. But I think in a lot of cases, you're just going to build the product on the database you're going to build it on. Okay, I need to pause for about 5 minutes because I need to do something else real quick before the time passes. Okay. Let's see, where did this go? There's that, there's that, there's that. Okay. Let's see here. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to be back in just a second. Okay, that needs to do something for a second. And then what was I going to do over here? I was just going to grab that, essentially the password file. And I was going to use that as my example. Okay, so it's going to look like this, and then I need to change the bin PG backup loop. So we're gonna change this a little bit to be if test-z my years, or test-z my hours, or test-z my pass file. And then we're going to echo out the usage over here as well. So let me go grab the usage from here. Oh, and then exit one, of course. Doi. Okay. This is going to be 3. This is going to be 1. And this is going to be 2. All right, so here we go. My hours. Okay. Hours between, years before delete, PG pass file, example 8.5, whatever. But wait, this is going to be, oh yeah. And then I think we'll just call the service PG backup loop. That kind of makes sense. And yeah, so if it's missing any of those things, it's going to do that. And then we're going to have years and hours and pass file. Everything looks good. All right, so there we go. So schedule backups. Oh, did we rename this here? Yep, PG backup loop. Okay, so I suspect this is probably going to work out just great. All right, say 8 hours, 5 years, and we do in fact want PG pass file. Oh. Let's go ahead and make sure we get servicemen installed. All right, and then let's do a little bit of sudo and watch the backups. Failed to start. Okay. Oh. Did we change the way the file works? No, we did not. So let me actually go do this. PG backup loop. Schedule backups. There we go. So there's how we schedule the backups. And then we're going to do my years, my hours, pass file. Okay, cool. So then PG schedule backups. Whoops, if we could just schedule them correctly. And then let's take a look and see. Reading, writing. Hey, we're ready to go. Sweet. So that's looking good. Oh, we need a Zifu. Ben PG XZ backup. Done. To view. Okay, so it looks like it's getting rid of some of the extra lines. Oh yeah, that's because that's how the logger works. Hey, Jojo Bite, what's up? Hey, I just created a tool for backing up Postgres because I was doing it for a client, but I spent some extra time on it just because I wanted to really make something nice and something I can keep and reuse again in the future. So yeah. So this is I've got and then I need to essentially copy bin to pgxz backup, and then I need to move notes to pgxz backup readme.md, and then I need to get this. I need to copy this file over. Oh, and now the thing I was working on over here, I need to take the next step on that. Hold on. Okay. And then let's get that done. Okay, that's moving over. Okay. Sorry, just a second here. All right. Okay. All right. There's some new React button on Twitch, so you clicked it. What happened? Did it react? Okay, cool. So that's through. All right, good. I'll find out after the stream. Ooh, how wonderful. Okay, so where is this thing at? What am I doing here? So I think all my stuff is in good order now. This is doing what it's supposed to do. I do actually need to leave a copy of that README over here, as it were. What's up, CS Stuff? Thanks for the follow. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on GitHubs. This is good. Backups are running. They're automated. These backups are going to be running literally for the next 10 years. It's just going to make 3 backups a day, approximately. I'll check back tomorrow and make sure everything's good on that front. But yeah, essentially it's just going to be making 3 backups a day. And the backups are going to be about 100 kilobytes a piece. And it's going to run, every 8 hours. And then just in case, the backups quintuple in size, it's going to delete backups after 5 years. And I could set that to a different number. But yeah, that should go for quite some time. How to restore backups. Bin pg xz restore. Because if somebody comes in here, how to view backups. Okay. Check the encrypted redundant block volume. There should be 10 up to 5 years of files that look like this. Okay, no, that's not what. Read me. More. Server setup. Backups. There we go. How to view. How to restore. More info. See. This is where we're going to put this. GitHub.com, the root. Whoops. The root company. PGXZ backup. And that's going to be that. Let's see. I need to do one other thing here. Let's see. Okay, and then okay, I'm almost done with this other process that I need to take care of, and then I'll be back to 100% focus on the task at hand. Okay, good. That's done. Okay, so now we're going to do this restore here, or show how to do the restore, and it's going to be pg pass file and exe backup file. Usage example. There we go. And actually, there we go. Here we are. I'll check out that question in just a second here. How to view, how to restore, more info. There we go. That's all we need. Redundant. Am I spelling that word right? It must be, because Vimspell isn't complaining at me. Yeah, there we go. Backups. View, restore, more info. Okay, let me read this block of text here. What do we got? Do you have a best practice recommendation for notifying a client of completion of a long-running process? Webhooks. I'm working on a project doing some video manipulation with FFmpeg, and currently I'm just doing polling to see if the event is completed. Is there best practice for handling a situation like this? Yeah, webhook. So webhook is you get the URL that you want to call back to from the client. Just waiting for a response doesn't work due to issues with AWS Lambda and timeouts. Yeah. Well, don't use AWS Lambda. If you've got a long-running task, I mean, you've got to discover the magic of DigitalOcean. And actually, pretty soon, our own hosting solution. So I am working on a hosting company. We are pricing out and ordering servers. Let me show you a picture of... Do I have a picture? I need to get a picture on the computer of the cabinet that our servers are going in. Give me just 1 second here. You may not need our hosting solution. It's not really for everybody. But we're looking to get this year probably somewhere between 20 and 50 people onboarded onto it, and just kind of, but we're setting it up from the beginning to have max reliability. So there we go. I think we're going to be in this cabinet. Yeah. So there's that. But yeah, you don't use AWS Lambda. It's too expensive and it's too cumbersome. Use something that's cheap and that's easy. FFmpeg is definitely not a task for, well, I mean, if you need to do thousands of them at a time and you only need to do them very rarely, then Lambda could be a good solution. But if you need a web server for anything else and you don't need to do thousands at a time, and you do them somewhere, or and you only do them occasionally, or you do them pretty frequently and you don't do thousands at a time, you just do it on a server. So it's pretty much this. There's two pieces to it. One of them, I'm going to bring up my little tweet about it. Where did it go? Okay. So here's the tweet. The tweet. So I'll bring this up because this actually explains it pretty well. Bootstrapped, privately owned, no VCs. Economies of scale, not economies of SaaS. So economies of scale is 1 banana is $1, 10 bananas $5. Economies of SaaS is 1 banana is free, 2 bananas $5, as much as 10 bananas would be with economies of scale, and 3 bananas is call for enterprise pricing. So there's this, but then also we plan to be very liberal. We plan to have an extremely liberal hosting service where we don't really get in your business, right? You want to do something, do it. As long as it's legal. If you have dumb, stupid ideas, do them. If you want to offend people, at your own peril, you know? If the Twitter mob comes after us, we have no VCs. We have no investors. So we can just, tell the Twitter mob, thanks, keep it coming. We just let people know about us. Keep telling how great we are at being terrible to everyone by letting people express dumb ideas. So we don't really want to attract bad actors. We don't want to attract people that have terrible ideas. But the idea is that, if you're a wrong thinker, this is great hosting for wrong thinkers. If you have, but there is going to be some amount of discretion. One, it's going to be very high touch up front because it's going to be people that we have come into contact with that have similar values to what we have. And so it's going to be high touch up front. We're not just going to onboard as many thousands of people. We're not going to put up a sign on the interstate on day one, right? We're just going to try to get people that are interested in what we're doing, and we want to make things more focused, because if you make it more focused, you can lower the cost. So the more general something is, the higher the price has to be, but the more focused it is, the lower the price can be. So we actually want to provide something that's somewhere in between a Heroku and a DigitalOcean, I think. So not as hands-off as a Heroku, but not always as hands-on as DigitalOcean. So try to find some sort of sweet spot where there's a lot of stuff where it's, if you're doing Node or Go or Rust or Zig and you're using Postgres, you get a lot of stuff that's we just bake it in and make it easy. And have that more narrow focus, not be so broad of, host anything with us. We're not going to try to attract every type of customer. We're going to try to attract certain types of customers that are a little more discerning. That does kind of rule out a lot of Node, but I think that there's some things that we can do. If we say that we're attracting people that want to use Postgres, that does narrow the scope of people that are a little more discerning. People that have a little more technical knowledge, that have a little bit better idea what they're doing. And so we want to make it more convenient. And I think the convenience will be a selling point, but I'm not really sure. We're doing it for us to start because we're at a point where we work with enough clients and we got enough going on and there's been enough problems. Like this thing with Heroku was just a disaster. Heroku flagged this woman's business database as on the wrong tier plan. She's paying for it. She's got the receipts. She was paying for it. She was on the paid plan. And then just some weird stuff happened. The database got deleted. She didn't notice right away because she doesn't spend her day in Heroku. She does this other stuff. She manages her blog. And it was just, she went to go start adding some stuff to the database that was affiliate links for the blog and whatnot. And then it wasn't loading. And then she didn't know what it was. And then it wasn't a high priority that day. And so she wasn't really worried about it. But then by the time she got around to it, Heroku says, "Oh, there's nothing we can do." You just keep backups around. Her backups are literally 200 kilobytes. That's her backup size. Her backup size is 167 kilobytes, 200 kilobytes. You could keep that around for decades. It's not a problem. So there's some stuff like that where I want to make sure that we have the backups and the snapshots. That's just included. You can't. I don't want to let people opt out of it. I don't want the type of customer that wants to shave off 50 cents of their monthly bill to not have backups. That's not the right customer for us. So, we'll see. This could shift. We could decide on something different, but that's kind of my thought on it is we want to have generally lower pricing, have more batteries included, and not have to answer to investors. That's right. So you could host your peanut butter and pickle sandwich anti-PV Jive site on this service? Yeah, you totally could. By hands-on, do you mean like additional functionality you get on Heroku versus DigitalOcean? So DigitalOcean is, you've got the whole server. You do whatever you want, right? You log into the server and you do whatever you want. And a general purpose server should cost more, right? So if we have two servers, one of them is automatically set up and the only thing it does is run a database, that should cost less than a general purpose server that could run a database and could run something else and could run something else. It shouldn't cost more because you're using less resources. It's more constrained. It should cost less. And so that's what I mean by hands-on. Heroku, everything is clicking buttons, right? And AWS is the worst of all worlds because it's extremely hands-on and then just really difficult and a terrible experience. But Heroku, on the face of it, has a nice experience, but then everything's super expensive, So to get a plan that has guaranteed backups month after month is, it's over $50. I think it's $100. I can't find the pricing page again. I have to go look at it, but I know that I was looking at the one, it was 50. I'm pretty sure. So you can't use a mini, you can't use a basic. Oh, here it is, backups retained, right? So backups retained, but then you got to look at the other thing that it shows. Here it is. So monthly backups retained, right? 0 months on the standard plan. So you have to be on a premium plan in order to get a backup retained for more than 30 days. So this is the kind of plan that we want to be on. Is we want to be on a plan where, premium. So what's premium pricing on Heroku premium pricing? I don't know if you can find it on the web. So eco and basic, production, app type, data, is it data, premium, whoops. Premium, $200 per month, max of 50 and up. So max of 50 and up. So $200. It's $200 a month in order to get backups on Heroku. the kind of backups that you would want, because getting backups that don't last at least 90 days is just straight up tarded. No, that's not a backup. If it doesn't last 90 days, that's not a backup. I mean, if you don't have some sort of rolling window, right? Because you only get your bills every 30 days, and unless you're a tech person, you're not in your tech stack every day. And even if you're a tech person, a lot of your tech stack you just ignore. It's when something goes wrong, and the way you know something goes wrong as a business owner is when after a week, a certain type of order is not coming in. Or after a month, 2 months go by and you notice, wait, where did my affiliate payments go? Are my affiliate links not there? Oh, my affiliate link database got deleted, So you need that. Sounds really exciting. We've been using Supabase, and it seems like there's a lot of exciting developments in the hybrid passage space. I gotta check that one out again. Where you keep super strong fundamentals, but still provide some nice additional features. Yeah, that's what I like. But I really don't want this to be exciting. I want this to be boring. I want it to be, pretty boring. Yeah, literally never used Heroku because of those prices. Yeah, Heroku is one of those things where it's exactly what we're talking about here, right? Because Heroku is a sales platform, and now it's owned by Salesforce, which is telling, right? Heroku is a Salesforce company, so Salesforce bought Heroku, but Heroku has no servers. Heroku has zero servers. Heroku has zero of these racks. Whoops, right? So Amazon was built on investor money, and eventually investors come to collect. So when investors come to collect, all that stuff that you've offered for free for 10 years to squash out your competitors, suddenly it can't be free anymore. And so when you use services like Heroku or Dropbox or whatever, and I think Dropbox actually does have their own servers now, but for the first 10 years or so, they didn't. And Heroku still doesn't have its own servers. So you're paying the Amazon premium, and then you're paying the Heroku premium on top of that. There's no way to get economies of scale. And especially as you want things, and there was another tweet that I had. Let me see if I can find the other quote tweet. Here we go. Joking aside, I'm buying servers right now. Let's see. Here we go. So here's how much a server costs. This is one server. Now, if you want the reliability, and this is actually a bit more than what we're going to be paying for servers. Ours are a little more than half of this, what we're going to be buying each. But you need multiple servers because you need to form a redundancy cluster where not only are the drives redundant in the server and the CPUs redundant in the server and the RAM redundant in the server. So the server is basically two servers in one. But then you need each blade itself to be, there's two power supplies in this. There's two CPUs. There's, I think, 3 or 4 banks of RAM. There's something like 8 drives, maybe. How many drives does this one have? I don't know if this one has 8 drives. Yeah, 8 drives. So 8 drives, right? So you've got redundancy in the server, but you still want redundancy across servers. And so basically with any sort of redundancy, you need at least 3. If you want redundant drives, you need at least 3. Well, technically you could do 2 and just have full mirrors. But with most systems where you want redundancy, the redundancy starts to kick in at 3. And then you go in odd numbers. So you go from 3 to 5, from 5 to 7, and so on and so forth. And that's so that basically you have a majority. So you can never get in a place where there's a deadlock between redundant systems where they can't figure out what their majority needs to be. Anyway, you'll buy 1 server for 30% equity in your venture. Okay. But anyway, so my point is this guy's saying, oh, look, the monthly estimate is $5,000. Now they're probably going to have a permanent sale at 67% or something like that. But $5,000, these are vCPUs. This is how they trick you. So vCPUs, so 176, that's a weird number. Well, what if you divide 176 by 2? Well, now that's 88. Okay, what if you divide 88 by 2? Well, that's 44. What if you divide 44 by 2? Oh, that's 20. Oh, this one has 2 16 cores. Never mind. But if I were to, the standard number of cores on these servers is 22 cores. So there's 2 CPUs, which means there's 44 cores per CPU. Okay, so now we've got the number 44, then you double that, that's 88, then you double that. So how are you getting to that number? Well, a vCPU is approximately 500 megahertz. So 2 CPUs that are 22 core CPUs, that 44 CPUs is equivalent to 176 CPUs, because the servers are typically 2 to 3 gigahertz, and your vCPU is you basically go in 500 megahertz increments, because a dedicated vCPU would be 1 gigahertz, but a shared vCPU is 500 megahertz. So what they're really saying here is that you're getting a dedicated server. So 352 gigs of RAM, there's a lot of overhead in these systems. And so basically it's probably a 512 gig RAM, or maybe it's 386. That seems a little bit low. But you're taking off the overhead of the virtualization layer and the file system distribution cache, because it's gigabytes upon gigabytes for these file system caches. So this is probably a 512 gig server that a quarter of the memory is going to caching, and another eighth of it is going to virtualization services, other virtualization services. And so what you have here is a computer, a server that is in the realm of $1,000 to $2,000. That to have a professional set it up, they're probably going to charge $300-400 an hour. They could probably get it done within a day. So you're looking at about a $1,000 setup fee, and then you're looking at a hosting fee of somewhere between $100 and $400 a month, depending on what you're doing. If you're putting it in a cabinet like what I was showing you earlier, that's probably going to be closer to $400 a month. If you're getting an open rack, it's probably going to be closer to $100 a month. You know, it'll vary, but it's within an order of magnitude depending on location and yada, 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 right? So what you're looking at here is the advertised price is more than the cost of buying the server, paying someone to set it up, and paying the hosting fees, right? Paying the hosting fees for like 6 months. Well, maybe not quite that much, but you know, so this is economies of SaaS, is that they run on investor money, they don't make any money, and when it comes time to pay the piper, they have to charge 10x. So there's no economy of scale. So, you know, that the economy of scale goes to the investor, not you know, the person making the purchase doesn't benefit from it. So, anyway, end rant, maybe. And Josh, would you mind clipping that? That would be a good clip. I'm gonna just make a quick note to Josh here in the channel as well, because this is not being recorded because I'm having some problems. I thought I'd use an SD card for recording. Turns out that's not working well. I think it might be because it's getting too hot or something. Let's see. Okay. All right, so let me wrap this up because I'm past my paid hours on this, but for my own benefit and future use, I wanted to do a nice job on these scripts and make sure I've got them in a good place. Where the heck did my... Where did we go? Okay, let me bring this back over. Okay, I'm actually going to change the name of this real quick. I'm going to call it pgxdbackup.sh. Let's see. See, I don't think I need that. Just checking a couple boxes over here in the settings on the other page because I don't know, whatever. Okay, so here we go. And we're gonna do partially from oops.sh. Oh, we can make this HTTPS again. Okay, so we're gonna take this. Oops. So PG XZ backup, I guess, would be the first thing we need to do. And I'm going to do IT2 copy. What? Oh. I need to get that fixed in the Webby installer. I don't know why it's not done properly, but whatever. IT2 copy. There we go. And then I should be able to just, what was this? PG XZ backup dot. I'm just gonna XZ backup. There we go. And then I'm not gonna worry about having. I'm gonna do this. Let's see, suffix. Let's see. So we're gonna have app name. This now PG backups, and then I don't think we need that actually. And then we'll have what? Foobar app. And then what should be prefix? Oh, no, that's not right. Not this one. So this one's going to be optional. I actually just prefer to do it this way. If test-z my app. And we could change that to my prefix. And my app equals just Postgres. And then I want to disable what shell check? Okay. Shell check escape single quote. Anyway, so sorry, I should probably give you a way to get in touch with me. Just hit me up on Twitter about that hosting service thing. It's probably going to be so within the month, within 30 days, I think that we will be transitioning our own stuff. And I'm going to start transitioning a little bit before, because I've got some of the platform figured out already, and I'm working with some of the APIs, and I've got one server. But then when we get the 3 servers, we're going to set up the cluster, because Ryan doesn't want to move any of his stuff over until it's rock solid reliable, until we have the same or better guarantees that DigitalOcean does. And we're running the same software. So if you look at DigitalOcean's blog about how they do this, that, and the other, we're essentially doing the same thing for the clustering software. It's this enterprise grade stuff, and in the same way that Linux is an enterprise grade operating system. It's a setup that most people won't have heard of, but yeah. Let's see. SC1003. Can we do shell check disable equals SC1003? There we go. Okay, we're going to do that one. And then I'm going to do my app is equal to Postgres. And then I guess we could just do this whole thing in a main file. That would probably be a little bit nicer. So let me just go ahead and do that. I'm going to do a little cleanup here. So main. There we go. So reading credentials from here. There's our host. Writing to zip, to view, to restore. Maybe we could make this say 440, something like that. Okay, so that's good. And then XZ restore is going to be the next most important thing. So let me go ahead and get that copied over. Again, this whole thing we can probably just throw into a main file. It's probably for the best. Okay, and then out of this, let me take a look at the examples that I have here. Because this one, I think the examples got a lot simpler. And I think that's probably how we ought to do it. And then let's take a look here. So, yeah. Okay, and so then here we do mount, PG, backups. Foobar app. Let's just there, that's what I want. Okay, so then we're gonna have oh, whoops, and I need to update where the prefix is actually used, because I tried my app, and then it should just be actually my prefix. There we go. What's St. Patty's Day? Okay. So I think this is about right. Okay, that's the usage. That's good. Okay. XZ backup. PG backup loop. Okay, same thing here. Oh, what's up, Honda? Oh, my night. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to call this loop backup. There we go. Oops. Ah, what'd I do? I didn't mean to escape that, or to exit that. Why is it upset? Oh. That's why it's upset. Okay. So then we should do main. Hold on. When I did the restore, did I throw the main down at the bottom? I didn't throw the main down at the bottom. Okay. Throw the main down at the bottom. Okay, so... And then we should do prefix. Is that what I called it in the other one? PG backup. XC backup. File prefix. Okay, so that's what we're going to call it here. Is file prefix. So that one we don't have to have. So my prefix is going to be 4. And then we do if test-z my prefix equals Postgres. Okay. So then same thing here. Heroku foo 100. Oh, okay, and that actually, I want to change the way that that is. The other one. PG XZ backup. Just for documentation purposes, you see. XZ restore. Okay. Foobar app. And actually, I'm do the same thing here that we've done here. I'll do backup loop. Eight, 5, and then do 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, years to keep. PG pass file. File prefix. PG XZ backup PG pass. pgxz restore. This guy, not quite sure how to address that because it seems like it's used a little bit inconsistently anyway. Okay, so what else do we need? We need one more at least, right? Oh, and did I pg loop? Yeah, I got the main there. Okay, and the next one is pg schedule backups. Okay, and then cat pg. Okay, it's 2 a.m. I gotta get to bed. All right, let me check chat here. Oh, so glad to hear it. I'm so glad you're glad to hear it. I guess that's a little excessive. We can. Anyway, yeah, things are going good. All right, pgxz backup. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So pg schedule backups. And let me go ahead and put that in here. PG schedule backups. And again, we need to just have our little main function. Basically, anything that isn't dealing with arguments, I want to always put in the main function. And I'm even considering putting those things in the main function. But there's this. Okay, so there's that. And then we need to do the app name here as well. PG pass file. Is this the right, what's a better way to call this? Hours between. So we say about 8 hours between backups. Keep the backups for about 5 years. And we could change that to months to keep or something before we go V1 on this. And then Heroku, PostgreSQL, foo 100. So this is going to have pretty much the same exact function signature or call signature as PG backup loop. So PG schedule backups. Right, so it's going to be years, hours, pass file, and then prefix. Now let's make sure that that actually was getting passed through here. Oh, whoops. So yeah, there's a couple of things that aren't happening here that should be. So my pass file. And then my prefix. PGXZ backup. Pass file prefix, pass file prefix. Alright, there we go. But this needs to be carried through the whole way. So we need to have pass file and then prefix here as well. Alright. And then of course this one. Prefix is the same there and the same here. There we go. Okay, do we have file prefix in a couple of places? File prefix, loop, backup, yada yada yada. Okay, great. Okay, so this is all good now. Chmod. All right. So I think those are all the utilities that we have here. And then, let's see. Let me make sure the schedule backups is in a main function and the main function is being called. Yes. And this could be something that's done on Alpine. I'm going to have to come up with a better solution for that. My sudo equals sudo if not command dash v sudo, then phi my sudo equals. All right. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I would like this to run on Alpine. And if we're using sudo, then it's not going to run on Alpine. So how about fn serviceman add and then we could say if command -v sudo dev null, then sudo env path equals path fn serviceman add, else there we go. Alright, that should make it a little bit nicer for Alpine. If we can get rid of any sudo usage. Probably a few other things I need to do that for. Okay. Was there any more sudo? There shouldn't have been any other sudo. That should have been all the sudo. Alright, cool. So, with that, we should have feature, add backup scripts, and then for the README, github.com, the root company, whoops, pgxzbackup.sh. For not paying $200 a month for Heroku. Okay, and then table of contents, prerequisites, schedule backups, restore, .xz restore. Let's see here. Backups latest dot SQL.xz. There we go. And then this one, let me go find that out again real quick. What format this was in. Where did that go? Okay. Host name, port, no, it's 5432, DB name, username, secret. Okay, and then is that all we need for I can see restore? Oh. That's it, right? Yeah, just those couple of things. I just need to know where's the pass file, and that's it. And you know, maybe we should have a link. This actually would be a good idea. To when we do a PGXZ backup. Hold on. This would at worst be Postgres latest. I think I could just make that PG. Nah, let's leave it Postgres. But let's go ahead and mark, when we do a PGXZ backup, let's go ahead and mark that as latest once it's done. So ln dash, so rm, so let's say my dir equals, I'll do dir name, so rm-f my dir slash my prefix latest.sql.xz. Well, say my zip because I might want to use a different zip in the future or something like that. I might want to rename these files, whatever. Okay. Okay. Okay, so okay, there's my latest. Source file, target file. See, this is always so confusing. Link, source, target. No. Link maker. Okay. I get confused about this sometimes. Source is the file you're linking to. So the reason it's confusing is because the source is the target of the link. So you say, what's the target of the link? It's the source file. What's the target? It's the link. But that's why I get confused about it. And I'm sorry if I just made your life forever confused. Okay. All right, so to view, okay, there we go. So now this is correct. Authorize. Backup. Restore. Schedule. Serviceman. Source. Install serviceman for systemd, launch control, and Windows. Let's see. Okay, config, and then what was I doing? I was saying config. Maybe I don't need a table of contents. Maybe this is good enough right here. Oh, whoops. So then we need backup dir, dag, and nabbit. This might be a cascading change. All right, backup dir. Okay, there we go. Okay, so okay, my hours, my pass file, my backup dir, and let's change this. So I just got to cascade these changes through. All right. Okay, so this one, which means that I probably got to propagate this up one more layer still. Okay, print, delete. There we go. Okay. All right, there we go. And then I think we had to propagate this through one more. So we're going to have to make this 5 and make this backup dir. Let me make sure that that test was actually correct. Yeah, so pass file and backup dir. Here's hours, pass file, backup dir. Prefix is not included. Pass file and backup dir. Backup dir. Okay, this is looking good. Okay, and then this one is going to contain my backup dir. So there's PG loop. So let's walk back this through the blah 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 blah. Pass file backup dir prefix. Is that all we need for XZ backup? Pass file backup dir prefix? Okay. I'll buy it if it's being sold at half price. Pass file backup dir. All right, ZXCat, or XZCat, I mean. It's going to do all the linking. My backup dir. So I'm going to do something a little tricksy here. Check that out. Okay. All right, so that looks like that should be about right. Let's take a look. So we're going to add that there. Change that there. Add that there. Then you update that there. That makes sense. So no, wait. BG loop backup. Where's the actual real backup taking place? Hold on. Did we actually get this updated? Yes. Okay. So that did get updated. So why did I miss that? So PG backup loop. There's all the tests. If this, then that. Oh, in the function. Okay, it happened in the function. That's why I didn't catch it. Because I wasn't looking carefully. Okay, and then here we're adding it. We update the example on how to use it. And then we update where it's actually used as well. Great. And then same thing here. We're updating the example. And then do we update where we actually use it? I don't see where we're updating where we actually use it in this one. Which one is this one? This is XZ backup. Backup dir. Okay, that's where we use it, is the file. Got it. Oh, whoops. And we actually got that wrong in at least this one place. Echo, 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 read me, read me, read me. Okay. Okay, so read me. Install serviceman. Schedule to run every X hours and keep up to Y years of backups. Okay. Should probably change that to months. Okay. Where are yours at? Let's do PG loop. Months to keep. Months times 30. On average. 365 divided by 12. That's 30. It can't really be months. It has to be days. All right, months to keep would be 60 months. Okay, schedule backups. I think we have a prefix here, foobar app. Okay, and I don't think that we actually want to indent it this much. Could be wrong. Or maybe we do. I don't know. Okay, PG loop backup must be in path. All right, let's try it. Helpful. You may also find bat useful for viewing the XZ SQL files. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I'm going to go check this other README file real quick. Okay. Okay, so scripts to back and restore databases. e.g. to block storage on DigitalOcean volumes. Redundant. Okay. Authorize. Restore. What else? License, MPL 2.0, copyrights, E 2023, AJ O'Neill. Root LLC. Okay. All right, let's see here. Heroku notes. To get your PostgreSQL database URL. Cheapest DigitalOcean instance is about $5 per month. Volter, Scaleway, Linode, etc. are all similar. Secure, redundant, VPS storage. Redundant, inexpensive. Secure, inexpensive, long-term backups. Create the app user. Let's see, do we need anything else on here? Oh, here's another thing. PG URL to pass file. This is the last thing that I need to do, I think. Well, we'll see. How do I want this to look? pgurl.txt, pgurl to pass file, pgurl.txt. That's what I want to be able to do. Okay, so we're going to have our main function. And we're going to have basically, where did I put this thing? This is it, right here. Okay, my PG URL file equals 1. And 2. And database URL is going to be just cat my PG URL file. My PG pass file. And then echo refusing to overwrite error. To fix, delete first. Did the stream stop for a second? All right, there we go. So if this file exists, then we're going to refuse. Oh, what's up? I'm bald. Yes, it's sad. Thanks for the follow. I am not bald. I know nothing of the sadness of which you speak. Nothing! Okay, so basically all right, let me go get that usage example real quick. Okay, usage. PG URL to pass file. PG URL file. PG pass file. Example. There we go. PG URL to pass file. Converts to up at h 5432 /db to H5432 D : U : P. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now I've got that done. And I think this is in a really good spot now. Got all the utilities I need out of this. Oh man, 3 a.m. again? How'd that sneak up on me? What happened? How's it going? Alright, so let me just test this real quick. Let's see. PGURL. PGURL.txt. PGPass. PGPass. Oh, whoops. What, the letter L? Alright, so if either of these is not there, it's going to fail. Exit 1. Whoops. Did the other one not have that? I just need to check each of these real quick and make sure that the fee has an exit 1 before it on each of them. Okay, fee's got an exit 1. 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 And fee's got an exit 1. Okay, good. Oh, and this should actually be on 2 lines now. Okay, so what went wrong here? Something went wrong. Okay, echo 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, whoops. Okay, that looks good. That did the right thing. Okay, UPH/D. Good. Alright, that's just prettification, but all the same. Alright. right, and README. Okay. I do want to put that PG URL. Or use or convert a PG URL. Save your credentials to a PG pass file as the only entry in to a single entry PG pass file. Okay. There we go. Especially useful. Backup, restore. And what was I going to show? Your backups directory will look something like this. Okay, tree. Foobar app. Let's see. Okay. So Let's say that backups were something like 9 hours apart. This would be some number of minutes. I don't remember exactly how many it was, but let's say 02. And then this would be the previous day, so you would subtract 0, 0, do 1 hour, and then 23 would be 2 hours, 20 would be 5 hours, 17 would be 8 hours, 16. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's about what the backup directories will look like. PostgreSQL client. Sudo apt install -y. I don't think there was anything else that needed to be installed. Optionally, you can use servicemen rather than using the pg loop backup script with servicemen. You could just use cron All right. I think this is it. Doc. So what do I want to say? Fully documents. Concise description of usage and other notes. All right, here it is, folks. You want to save $200 a month? Boom. There you go. You're welcome. This is it. All right, so I'm going to do a couple things here. We're going to call this history.md. server setup. No, not README. Backups. And maybe I should just replace what I have here with what's in the repo. I think that might not be a bad idea, actually. Prefix. Okay, was there anything else that we needed for restore? Let's check this out. And, you know, I'm thinking one thing I might want to change here with the way that this repo is I think just to make the names a little bit shorter, I think I will change it from mount PG backups to just mount backups. Or maybe, I don't know. Or maybe I will just do it this way. Actually, this is easier to read anyway. Let's favor readability. You can easily tell how many arguments. So anything that requires multiple arguments. Just make it really simple. Whoops. Install.dev pathman. Let's just move this here. There we go. Okay. Let's see about this. And actually, okay, I'm gonna make one more change. Sorry. That one doesn't need any explanation. This one does. Prefix. PG scheduled backups. Hours. Months. PG pass file, backup dir, file prefix. That's probably... Need that as well. All right, let's push this up. Okay. Okay, so now that I've got this, and it's public, all right, we're gonna swappy doodle things a little bit. And I'm gonna rumrough the bin directory here. I'm gonna make it again, and remove all this PG backup.sh. I'm just gonna basically move it to the bin directory, I guess. Yeah. Do that. Whoops. Okay. Hopefully I didn't delete anything else that was in there that I wanted. I don't think I did. Okay, PG schedule backups. So we want 8, we want 60 months, we want the PG pass file, and then we want the backup dir, and the file prefix, which is... Whoops. Oh, interesting. Okay, we've got a little goofo here. So I did not realize that... Hold on. Man sudo shell login. I think it's -s. Run the shell specified by the shell environment variable if it is set. Okay, hold on. We have, what was it? Type of type time. There's sudo type time. Okay, but then what if we do -s? Okay, so then can this work? let me see here. Okay, man env. Okay, that's not going to work. So what happens if I do this? Yeah, that's what I thought. Command not found. Okay, so I think there's another way around this. My sudo equals sudo. Ah, okay, so that actually, that looks like that's going to work. Okay, so let me copy this over and fix this. PG schedule backups. All right, that looks like that will work then. Okay, so there we are. Okay, could not be found in path. Because okay, we need to change this. PG backup loop became PG loop backup. Let's change that over here. PG backup loop, PG loop backup. Okay, and then sudo servicemen list path equals path. Okay, so we want to stop PG backup loop. Sudo rm etc system PG backup loop. All right, and then sudo journal control pg loop backup. No, it failed. Okay, so that worked. Oh, waiting a little over 60 hours. That's not right. Oh, whoops. That would be a big boo-boo. Okay. So let's get that fixed. Okay. Okay, so if it's working there, why is it not working in general? Start service repeated too quickly. Okay, but this one worked. But PG schedule backups, that failed. Okay, 60. So it looks like it's got things backwards. So it looks like it's got hours and months mixed up. Okay, let's get that fixed. PG schedule backups. It's got hours and months. Loop backup. Hours and months. Okay. So I got those fixed at least. So you say hours, months, backup dir, pass file prefix. Alright, seems good enough. Starts as app. And path is there, path is here, username is there, system's there. And this has all worked before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's just make sure is backup dir in the right place. Pass file and then backup dir. I think that's the oopsie. Okay, there we go. So I think that'll fix it. Okay, and then we will do, I'm going to go into the bin directory here. Okay, now let's do PG schedule backups. Wait, did I push this? Oh, okay. Okay, almost. So close. Okay, what was the deal there? Okay, there we go. All right. All right, now this is really for reals all good, I think. Two things I think I could change here. Let's change all of my file to my path. Path. Okay. Whoops. Okay, and then let's change my path to my file path. All right, why was I doing that for? Oh, because I wanted the ln to do the file name, not the full path. That way the latest would have the dir, and it would go to the right place, but it would link to the file. Okay, and then the other thing that I wanted to do here was what? Oh, no. Okay. Okay, so here we are. And backup. All right, this looks good. Okay. Let's do a little LL on that real quick. Okay. Good, good, good. Let's see. Most of these were today within the last few minutes, so I'll just wipe out all the earlier ones. I'm just gonna wipe them all out and run it again. Oh, whoops. Did I? Oh no, good, I didn't. Didn't clear out that. Sudo system restart pg loop backup. Okay, and then viewing logs. This would be actually quite important. Check the logs to make sure everything, make sure the service started. Okay. All right, now all of the documentation is there too. So I think there's one other thing that I need to update, which is going to be that's private right now. So I need to update information about these backups. DigitalOcean Database backups. DigitalOcean. What was the... What's the year on this? 9 years ago? So that'd be 2014? Let's see. Does it go even further back? Okay. 9 years ago. Whoops. I'll just leave that blank. Okay, backups that last forever. The backups are about 100 kilobytes in size. It's just links to images and products. Backups are stored for up to 5 years. Running on DigitalOcean. Gigabyte volume. Let's see. Just a few GBs. Can store those for decades. Okay, and I need to... Let's see here. There we go. So just a few gigabytes can store those for decades, and they will. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay. What am I doing? All right, I'm losing it. It's too late. It's almost 4. I can't believe it. Goodness. Waiting a little over 8 hours. All right. There is one other thing that I needed to do. I don't have the fortitude to do it, though. So I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I don't. It's not. It doesn't need to be done. I don't have the fortitude to do it. If something were to go wrong, I can't handle it. So I'm done for the night. Okay, but this is really good. This is another thing that I've kind of wanted to do for a long time, but just didn't get. I haven't systematized the way that I do Postgres backups and stuff. And so since I had a client that was having a problem, and the opportunity presented itself, I was able to go a little bit the extra mile and not just get it done the way that she needs, but also get it done the way that I want, that can be distributable, that I can share with other people. I think this is the right way to do backups in Postgres. I'm not opposed to just doing the dump with the custom format either. That's fine. But I do personally prefer the SQL because I can open it up and I can look at it if I need to search through a file to quickly see, okay, is this data in this file? I can do that. All right, that's good. This is good. This is really, really good. I kind of want to get this on Webby. I don't know if I'm not sure. Might want to change the name of some stuff or something first. But let's see. Where was that database thing at? Okay, I don't care about that right now. Z backup. Guided price estimator. That is kind of what I want. Let's see. How to view which Postgres version is running. Let's see. Heroku database copy. Backup and restore. Okay, let's get out of here. There's the PG dump. Let's see here. Just because search landed here when I was trying to figure out all this Heroku Postgres versus native Postgres import export stuff. So I figured I'll drop this here for anyone else who's trying to get long-term backups for something more like $7 a month rather than 200 plus per month. Instructions and scripts for backing up anywhere and restoring to Heroku later. Okay. Alright, since there's nobody here, I was trying to figure out all the... Okay, see, I like to go back to the things that I found that were partial solutions and then just throw in the solution that I need. Ended up creating a backup restore script back. There we go. Boom. Alright, let's get me out of here. Get me out of here! Okay. So is this... Oh goodness, there's still 100 of these things open. Okay. Where was this data? There we go. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see, where was the database stuff? Standard, premium. What do the full specs look like? Ah. Whoops, not Twitch. Twitter. I'm just gonna caption this and then I'm off. Prorated to the second. I don't know if that's even possible. I don't think dollars are that. I don't think they have that much resolution. Let's see. There we go. Oh, whoops. For whoops. Okay. Okay, and then I did want to show that other pricing tier if I can find it. Where's the thing that says... I may not be able to find it now. Oh, here it is. It's here. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to take that screenshot here. Oops. Click on this. Okay, what was I doing? I bring up the screen captures. And then I'm going to go, y'all. Thanks for joining in. Like, sub, follow if you want to. Or don't if you don't. Okay, here we go. Month. Passenger. There we go. Boom. Alright, I'm tweeting it out on my other account. If anyone wants to retweet it, here's the tweet. Okay. Alright, I'm out. Thanks for joining in. Adios. Catch you later. Another time. Blah.